Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Okay. My children are very active today, so hopefully we can get going without too much trouble. Alright. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. We have been fighting the good fight against text rendering. It turns out that having a text rendering library only gets you the glyphs and some very minimal layout information, like the width of the glyph and where to draw it, and how much to move forward by. Whereupon you start running into problems where you need a cursor into text. So now you have to keep track of positions between characters. And then we started adding multiple lines, so now we have a Y position to worry about. Then we had alignments, top, bottom, middle, left, right, middle. Now when we relay out our text, that moves the cursor positions. And then we added word wrapping, so now a new line character is not enough to tell you that there's a new line there. We have to only compute that while we're working through the string layout ourselves. So it's gotten very complicated. And lastly is long word wrapping. So if you have a very long word, we need to be able to break it up. And that has been working for almost an hour of our last work yesterday. But the last hour we spent trying to figure out why the last character will not draw when we add the extra hyphen to carry a word over to the next line. And so that's what we'll start with today. Unfortunately, I thought we'd have that finished yesterday, but we obviously do not. So let's put this in our tasks. Finish, wrap support for long words. Last chart disappears. And we mostly got it done. So that's where we'll start. Then, in our to-do, we have a couple of animations we can look at. I want to start building up the about scene. Not necessarily in this order. So let's see how far we get with that. That seems like a reasonable plan. So get your favorite beverage ready. Hot cocoa, spiced cider, water, lemonade. Oh, coffee, tea, whatever fuels you. And let's get started. Hopefully, looking at this with fresh eyes, find out where that last disappearing character goes to. I have had no thoughts overnight about how to fix this. So it's our probable plan. Is to put in an awful lot more logging. Yeah. So well, let's just show the problem. Fresh. Go into sandbox. this text box has word wrapping enabled. And if we make one word that's very long, instead of auto wrapping, it'll add a hyphen where that D is, and spill the rest over onto the next line. But then the exclamation mark disappears. If I put the space back in, it comes back. If I delete the space, it disappears. If I delete any character that is a space, it doesn't change anything, so it has to do with our quad count. But if I delete a character that has a quad, the exclamation mark pops back in. So that's the problem. Here, I can see that we're computing the number of quads correctly and the number of hyphens correctly. So see here, if we go all the way back to the beginning, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. The E, not the hyphen. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. So, 66 quads plus the one hyphen gives me a number of bytes for my vertex buffer and my new vertices. And I have divided these. There's 6 vertices per quad. So 67, 402 divided by 67 is 6. We'll do the same thing with bytes. It's 144 bytes per vertex right now. And there are 4 of them. We have 67. So 67 quads is here. 96, 84 divided by 67 is 144 bytes per quad, which means it's 24 bytes per vertex. So we are calculating our vertex buffer size and our index buffer size correctly. That we have checked. And if we put the letter back in, prepare, the exclamation mark disappears, despite the fact that we've added more room for it. So our quad count is right. These numbers are correct. This text alignment works on every other piece of text. If we delete a character, it does not change. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Why is that? Okay, something is not being resized correctly. Oh, okay, here's an idea. All right, I'm going to score batch quad capacity. What's that? There. What if we just had an issue where it wasn't resizing when it needed to, but then it was consuming that last byte? Basically, it's not overwriting the last character. Because we aren't measuring our capacity correctly. Okay, it's good to know. So over here, in theory now, does that just fix it? Is that it? Nope, it still disappears. This one doesn't. Oh, it didn't disappear. What? Let's reload that. Delete, delete. Here's a long word that will force the line wrapping. Where did it go to? It popped back. Why did it pop back? Oh my, that's truly bizarre. Space, delete, space, delete, space, delete. I can delete any non-quad, it doesn't fix it, but I delete any quad. So when I delete a character, I hand it a whole new string. I say set text here. And it copies it all. Copy the text ourselves. If we need to, we delete old resources so that when we copy text, we create those resources anew. The main issue with copy text and when we go to render, we've told it this text is dirty, you need to relay it out. Okay. We'll do log equals stir in compare of m underscore text and my name. We need about like, I don't know, 6 characters or so. Equals 0. We get the character. We're just going to see every character. Oops. If do logging. Updating text. Okay, this is not interesting. We know it renders correctly. That's going to print a lot of stuff. That's going to print a lot of stuff. This is the one I care about. Delete. It does get to 78. So it's not like we're shorting our count by advancing an index somewhere we didn't mean to. So we are getting to it. Okay. We could do this better, huh? Index equals m underscore text len minus 1. We can set a breakpoint here and actually follow along. So 583. Breakpoint in text, CPP line 583. Run. Sandbox. Hit a breakpoint. We don't care about this one. So we continue. We delete. We don't care about this one either. We continue. Delete. We don't care. We continue. This is the one where we care. Delete. All right, we hit here, continue. Let's see here. All right, let's try. Oh, we hit continue. Why did we hit continue? I do not want to do that. Oh, that's not what we want to do either. We want the breakpoint, then run, sandbox, continue, delete, continue, delete, continue. Okay. This is the one where we actually want to stop. So we'll delete this character, not continue. We watch quad index, and we watch index. Now we continue. $8:06. Where did quad index get? Oh, here we are. This quad index. Okay. $578 is here. So that's going to be whatever index is. Print index is 78. When 79. So if we go next or continue or next. G809. We come down to the last. This is the end of the character processing. And aborted. Breakpoint at text.cpp line 8:14 and continue. $809. No frame is executing in specified block. Not sure I believe that. Do I suspect it has to do with this alignment? If we add the hyphen, does that throw these off in some way? Because we do, when we add the hyphen, we do increment our quad index. All right. Okay. If do logging align line horizontally quads from something, wow, can't type, to something not inclusive, and chars something to something not inclusive. Start quad index, stop quad index, start char index, stop chart index. If it's the alignment that's messing me up, that could almost make sense. Okay. This is the one that matters. 78 is the last character. I don't remember. Is it a negative? I know what it means, but okay. So unless we actually have a character to align, we just take the 0. Okay. So that's the blank line here. Blank line here is character 61 to 62. There is no valid range of quads to adjust, so that's easy. Then we run stop saying that exclamation mark, this is the last character, 78. Align line horizontally from 53 to 68. Okay, let's get some more logging in there. Let's quit. Hyphen. Oh, well, let's go to the top of our loop here. Quad something or other. Index quad index. Then where we add a hyphen, I think this is fine. We log enough stuff around inserting the hyphen at quad that the next one should be easy to spot. Should be simple. So that one should skip two values, I think. Okay. Why did that die? I don't like that. So where we added the hyphen. Oh, we haven't added the hyphen yet. So delete a character. Delete a character. This is the one we're most interested in. Where we add the hyphen. After the M. Oh. So we added the D and the M before we discovered we needed to wrap. So we found that we had to break at quad 29. So D moves to the next line. So we move 30 to 31. We move 29 to 30, which leaves 29 open to insert the hyphen at 29. Then we align the line horizontally at 30. So that's everything including the hyphen. And the characters from 0 to 34, not inclusive because 33 is left on the same line E, so that's correct. And then we continue on with M height. So M is 35, Y is 36 for character. M is at quad 30, was at quad 30, but we moved D to 30, M to 31, put the hyphen here, and Y is indeed at quad 32. So that looks correct. We got a new line character. That looks fine, I guess. We got another new line character, so we got a blink line. Quad 53 does not change until we get the letter S. That's fine. Quad 67, which matches up with our number of quads. Plus one hyphen. So our line alignment is fine. I mean, everything looks fine. So why did it disappear and then come back? The data is in that quad. I think all the bookkeeping there is correct. Let's break up some long lines here. This is where we compute our vertex buffer size that we were already talking about. make a new vertex buffer if we need to. Our index buffer sizes. We'll create a new index buffer with our new index buffer size, which we compute here. Combine the letter quads plus the hyphens, which is why these numbers print out correctly. If we have to delete the index buffer, we do. Then we create a new index buffer with our size. Here our vertex buffer, our vertex array, whose layout we already know. So we're drawing our vertex array with our index buffer. The data is present. Where is that character disappearing to and reappearing from? That quad just disappears. But then it comes back. Now it's back and it won't go away. It's only the first time. If, let's see here. Updated text equals false, unless we did. Equals true. Here's the draw call. If we updated the text, then vertex buffer I think that's all we really need out of the index buffer. M underscore vertex buffer. Point two size, M underscore vertex buffer, 0.2 size divided by 144. Or no, Let's calculate it both ways. And m underscore batch quad count plus m underscore long word wrap count. So that gets me 2 different ways of calculating the number of quads we're rendering. And then we want to know the number of vertices, which is m underscore VertexBuffer 0.2 size divided by 144 times 4 vertices per quad, which should be the same as this mess times 4. I just have one little value slipping somewhere in my bookkeeping, and I don't know which one, so I'm just going to write out a lot of info here. Point 2. So we update our text, and then we're going to log out exactly what it takes. Cool to log false. Stir and comp our text with my name 6 characters worth equals 0 and do log equals true. It'll only print out for the one we care about. Okay. Where that came from. Oh, get size. Lame. Okay, let's add this to the to-do list. Heck, debt. Improve naming consistency. Get X, Y, Z. Some other things I'm sure we'll come up with. Dressed, how are you doing? Good afternoon. I'm good. How are you doing? Yeah, I don't have a count. I do have a count. Oh. IndexBuffer. Oh. Okay, so we should have plenty of indices and vertices. Okay, so after we... Oh dear. What is this mess? That should only happen after we update it. If we update the text, we set do log equal to true. I should not be updating this text every frame. Why is it being updated every frame? Only do logging if we update text. Update text should not be called this often. Update text. Update text is not being called that often because every one of these should be preceded by an awful lot of printout. Let's see if we can get up far enough. Oh, here. Updating text. And then rendering. Prints out over and over and over again. Is it treating it as like a static thing? All of these should be cleared at the bottom of update text. Oh, why does that say text capacity, not text dirty? That part of our problem? I'm good as well, thanks. Just finishing doing some front end web dev. So now I'm going to rest. Yep. You need to do like a palette cleanser after doing too much web dev. Got a side project that you prefer to do to clear the mind of that web dev stuff? Okay, that's better. Okay, vertices is not coming out the way I would expect. That could just be me miscounting something. IndexBuffer 402, which should equal my quad count times 6. Now I don't know what I'm printing there. Awful lot of output, and then 92 bytes, which is 68 quads, which is the 67 characters plus the hyphen we added. Vertices, 17. I must be logging something wrong there, because that does not make any sense. Oh. Divided by 144 over 4. This was over 144. No. Yes. 144 over 4. Indices per quad. 144 bytes per quad. Divided by 4 here. Okay. That should be a little different. So this would be our count divided by, well, it should be the same thing as underscore quad index, or batch quad plus m underscore all word thing. Oops. Times 6 entries per okay, so I'm getting a little ahead of myself. On the number of indices, which we've set in the index buffer to equal total number of quads we think we have, time divided by 6. Then we want number of indices divided by 6, so those should all be equal. I mean, compared to the quads above, so that doesn't need any extra logging there. Run it again. Okay. Delete some stuff, delete some stuff. This is the one that breaks. The exclamation mark is gone. We say that we need 9,792 bytes. That is indeed what our vertex buffer says when we go to render. We say we have 68 quads and 272 vertices. Our index buffer 408, which is what we say we need here. And that is mathematically also 68 quads. Well, quad, yeah. This is at quad 67. This is quad 67. This is the exclamation mark. All of the math checks out. All of the bookkeeping checks out. We are sending one extra quad more than we need because 67 plus 1 is 68. That's correct. Number of vertices as expected. The number of indices as expected. So why is it not drawing that last quad? Unless we do something to it. See if I hover off. Let's see. So we have to go back, reload our sandbox. So here it disappears. Now I can realign my text. Like if I go center, that'll cause it. But even just clicking off so we lose focus also fixes it. And once fixed, it doesn't happen again unless I add more characters to the end. See, there went one. Wait, maybe it didn't. So there's 4 ones. Now there's 3. Now there's 4. For one update cycle, it just doesn't work right. The next time I do anything, it does work right. Only with this wrapping. Line horizontally seems to be correct. What am I doing wrong? Why is it crashing? Unless I'm in debug mode. then it appears. You know, these numbers are exactly the same. We got two different pictures. This did not change between the two. What if the number of quads is wrong? Batch quad capacity. $67 out of 75, 67 out of 75. 67 out of 75. Okay, and then boom. 68 out of 75 is plenty of room. So we allocate new capacity. We allocate it. We redo all of the indices and the texture slots. Okay, why does this blow up? It gets as far as, well, gets as far as rendering. Then what happens to it? Something somewhere is blowing up and I cannot detect it in debugger. That's like my only clue right now. Very helpful information. I don't have good helpful information here. The information is all present and accounted for and seems to be correct. And we'll only run in the debugger. Did render the text once. Boom, it explodes. I do not know why. I can't attach a debugger. It doesn't fail in the debugger. What if we do this? Let's do full clean. I don't know why that would change anything, but all we've done is logging. Okay, so it's not dying there. Wonderful. But the exclamation mark still disappears unless I click off. Then it reappears, even though the rendering amount is exactly this command and this command are both the same. When we clicked off, it changes the text color. But we never touched the text color. Do we? When we initialize new capacity, where do we set the color? Is it because of the this is the only thing I can think of right now is we're getting color not set. If it has like all alpha or something, if it's been zeroed somewhere. Quad color 66, which is less, which is 67. Updating quad color. Our 67 quads, 66th index, get that. Oh, yeah. Hold on. If we allocate new capacity, don't forget the last quad's color. Or the texture index gets messed up. But then on the next redraw, it doesn't matter. So it's only when we change color. Maybe there's a problem with color. Color management. Okay. Oh. What is the default color? That's a good question. Black. Black. Opaque. Okay. What about this? When we add a hyphen, set text. So quad colors. Oh, there's another interesting question. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. When we copy the text, we have to ask if we need to allocate more quads, then we'll also need to allocate new quad colors. And we start with the default text, I guess. Default text color. I kind of don't like some of this, but whatever. Okay, so when we insert a hyphen, and we are copying these quads, yeah, there's definitely some. Okay. Pop this forward. All of those ones got their color. Same source. Why don't we do set quad color? Whenever we reallocate the text. Look at that. Just override colors, all the colors. Um, why is it making me clean and debug so much? Oh, that's what we're embedding all of our assets. Okay. Is it color management that's killing that last character? When we insert the hyphen, we now have a quad that we never set the color of that we're rendering. Until that color changes, it might be alpha. In which case we wouldn't see it. Until the color changes. Once that color is changed, oh, I know what that means. 176. You know, let's just make it capacity. Easy peasy. If it's color issues, I've been looking at byte counts and quads and vertex counts and index counts this whole time. Where's that worked? Okay, the color's changed. Delete some things, we delete some things. And now we have long word wrapping. And the exclamation mark disappears until we change the color. Boom. We would set every single quad color to the default quad color. And way down at the end, it does this. All right. Color 30 equals false. We just updated all the colors the hard way. Let's see how that goes. That's not fair. Oh. Yeah. I'm 71. Capacity. Okay, it's all there. Delete, and then the exclamation mark stayed visible. Oh my gosh, it was color this whole time. Not quad count, not index count, not byte size, not index count, not vertex count. It was the freaking color. That just makes me sad. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, it's all working. Let's run it not in the debugger. Let's do a thing and build. Let's see if we can just run it straight. So that took me way longer than it should have. Always barking up the wrong tree. Okay. Now, we have a lot of logging messages to remove. It's it will only run in the debugger. Why? Takes out all those log messages. Now we need to figure out why it's crashing when not attached to a debugger. I don't like that. Settings didn't load. What happened? Where did it go? About explodes. It is crashing when I leave the main menu scene. Loading scene 5. It's during scene load. What is the simplest scene? It's the about scene, which literally does almost nothing. So it's scene 3, about scene. Okay. You know what we could do? Let's just take a look and see what we got. So the main menu loads fine. When we go to the about, it loads. Draw button, but it does not finish drawing the button. Why does it not finish drawing the button? Okay. Push. Up. Top. 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 We need to see a call graph of where things are failing. Okay. On render, we are going to push about render. Afterwards, we will top. Render. Button dot render. Geometry is dirty. State is dirty. Draw text quads. Draw text. Okay. about. Draw text, but it never leaves that area. What if we just load into about? Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so this does not actually, let's see here. That doesn't make testing any faster. We have to. Text is not cleaning up after itself properly, or it is overwriting something that it shouldn't. Vertex index, vertex array, our actual string text, our cursor offsets, vertices, indices, and quad colors. Shader we don't have to clean up. The vertex buffer that we don't have to clean up. Temporary value, cursor offsets, quad colors, vertices, indices, vertex index, text cursor, vertices, indices, quad colors. Okay. We are dying on loading the about scene after. Do log equals string of text back 4 characters worth. How do we update text? Find shader. Find texture. Oops. Set uniforms. Draw. I suspect something weird is happening in there. Update text and it never pops. Okay. About constructor. Set camera, clear color, button callback, do the layout. Then we'll go to a render, and that calls a button render. We tell it that the geometry is dirty, the state is dirty, so it does update some things. Draw the texture quads, then draw our text, which calls text.render, which calls update text, which never finishes. And if we run this all in a debugger, it just runs. So if I go to about, it's fine, but only in the debugger. This is why I do so much printf debugging. Every time I try and use a debugger, like the only useful thing I've ever gotten out of it is a crash backtrace. Just tell me where it was on the stack. That's all the information I've ever gotten out of one that's any useful. Yeah. All right. So we need a lot more details. Quad count dirty. Thing out text. This probably needs to be its own special thing. These log messages should go away. Okay, laying out text. Update vertex buffer and index buffer. Updating colors. Setting vertex. Or, Updating vertex buffer. Clearing flags. Oh, good heavens. If only the debugger would tell me what the problem was, but it won't run, not in the debugger. So the quad count was dirty, so relayed out a whole bunch of quad stuff. Laying out text. That is such a huge chunk of code to look through. And it works in debugger. When the debugger's attached, it works. Why? Why does it not work when I attach the debugger? When I don't attach the debugger? D runs in GDB, not outside. Not helpful. Environment variables. Not using environment variables. I'm not even getting it to print segfault out. Whatever it's doing. What is it doing? I mean, do I really want to just keep adding more and more log messages? The debugger works fine. What if we do this? What if we do this? Ready? Compile, clean, release. Let's try it in release mode for fun and profit. Not get the bug to trigger in the debugger. Makes debugging so much harder. It does indeed crash. All right, let's go back to debug mode. So it's not a build specific option I've got enabled that's breaking me, that the debugger magically fixes. Something strange is going on to do with our text layout. If I attach the debugger, the scene just runs. If I don't attach the debugger in debug or release mode, it crashes when I load the about scene after the main menu. It probably means that the main menu scene is not cleaning up after itself correctly, or I don't know what it means. Why the debugger hides the problem makes me very sad. So it blows up when we are laying out our text. We're doing logging. Character index and C. So that will tell me which character it fails on in our layout. DXT0, Dext0 runs in GDB, not outside of it. Correct. So I will demonstrate. If I run it outside the debugger, I go to the about scene and it blows up. Oh, that's my release. Hold on. Debug build. Go to about and it just crashes after going to all 4 characters. Interesting. But I would expect a done message to be laid out after this block here. But nothing more is logged. So I know it's not finishing. But if we run it in the debugger, gdb run, and we go to about, it's fine. It renders fine. The button, hover, click. GDB magically fixes whatever it is I've broken. So all we have to go on are log statements, which is my favorite way to debug. So I went through all 4 characters, and the reason we're doing this in this menu end of text alignment done. Or horizontal alignment done, rather. This is the vertical alignment updates. Vertical cursor positions done. Notified cursor handlers. Updating colors. Reallocating VertexBuffer and IndexBuffer. Like none of this is getting logged out at all. Patching before that. Updating VertexBuffer. Clearing dirty flags. And pop done. Disable randomization off in GDB. Set disable randomization off. Should disable the address space randomization. Okay, I can try that. I'm not opposed to trying that. It means I can get useful information. Unsupported on this platform because I'm on Windows. Okay. We're running inside of a mean W MSys type environment. Vertical cursor positions get done. That doesn't get to this point. The button never registers a cursor update handler with the text object. Ever. Go to find cursor handlers. Let's. How many are there? Push. Whenever something works in GDB but not outside, it's been disable randomization that works for me. Okay, okay. Yeah, Windows. Well, if you're gonna make a game, unfortunately, it kind of has to run on Windows. You can't sell very well on Linux, I'm afraid. It is going into handler 0. Why are there 34? So I have an initialization problem. Cursor update handler count. Did I not get this into? I did not. That's embarrassing. And it's just been working this long because I've happened to get 0 in my initializer. If only the debugger would stop when I ran outside of that array bounds that I had. Isn't that what a debugger is for? Yeah, now it works. I was not initializing that number. Jeez McCracken. Oh, okay. Why the debugger doesn't work? I don't know. But log debugging has never let me down. I will always eventually find the problem. No matter how stupid I am, at least it works. Okay, now that we've cleaned up, hopefully that fixes all of our last issues. Okay, it's loading our text renders. If we force a long word to wrap by making a long word, everything is still here. It still shows up right. Cursor positions are right. We changed the alignment. Cursor positions are still right. That being said, the empty string I know is a problem. But this is all working. Oh, finally. When we done, I'll show it. If I delete everything, then left, center, and right does not put the cursor where it needs to be until I type. Oh, or delete. Interesting. Left does not move its position. So changing alignment of a Whenever someone works in GBDs, yeah, debugger is 50% just for show us in C++ land, and 50% is printf. Oh yeah, yeah. The times I use GDB is when it crashes, it says segfault, and then I start up with a debugger and I look to see what the stack trace is. I almost never actually trace through code with a debugger. I should probably, so I have a plan someday to go through and redo all of my Emacs and development environment settings, and then at that time set up Emacs to run my GDebug for me. But that sounds like a lot of work. I don't feel like doing it right now. That's the boring part of programming. Yeah, printf debugging, definitely king. Back in the day, I wrote code for bare microcontrollers, no operating system, and all you had was a GPIO pin with some, you'd hook up an LED to a GPIO and send a voltage to it, so you'd have an LED on or off. That was all the debugging you had. It's kind of like debugging shaders. You send code to the GPU, and you get pixels on the screen, maybe. Debugging those are always fun, too. It's kind of the same process. So. Okay, so this task is done. All right. So, hey, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. 1-bit debug. Yeah, sometimes you were lucky and had 3 free GPIO pins. Then you could get 3 whole bits worth of debugging. You'd put a red, a green, and a blue LED on. Then you were in heaven. You could actually get error message codes out. Or if the timer was working, then you could do like timed blinking. You could have like a fast blink and a short blink. But honestly, usually the timer was the problem. So yes, we all have plans. I have lots of plans. So good times. Yes, welcome to the stream. I have a Discord server for those that want to be notified when I start streaming. Build a game. 8 errors, what luxury. Exactly. I'm building a game with no game engine. I think we have finally slain the last of the boring underlying tech problems I've been having, and are ready to move back on to like gameplay type issues, mostly. So I'm going to wrap this task up. Notes. Okay, we have finished wrap support for long words, which we found was not to do with our vertex buffer size or our index buffer size or the number of quads we counted versus the number of characters we counted, because when we insert the hyphen, that's a quad we add, but we don't add that to our text. All those fun things, the cursor indexes were all right. What we found was the problem. Vert buffer, index buffer, or quad count mismatch. It was quad color. A hyphen shifted the colors down. Should have shifted the colors down 1. But it didn't. There we go. That was the problem. We fixed it. Then we exposed an issue where the program would crash unless the debugger was attached. This was the result of not initializing handler index in all constructors. Why debugger let this? Oh, I know why. Because the debugger 0 initializes, I think. Ugh. If you're interested in old streams, I've been doing this for almost 2 months now. They're all posted on YouTube and Rumble. You can get notifications on Twitch if you'd rather do that. But yeah, I just think that with a modern game engine, for building something small and minimal, the most game engines are just too big. Like I'm making a little word game here. Why is the executable with nothing in that I've ever written in the game, just an empty scene? Why is that 200 megabytes of data that I have to download to some client, right? So I'm building this as small as I can, within reason. I'm not going crazy like the demo scene, right? As cool as that is, that's a whole different ballgame. Just trying to make it small, reasonable, embed all my data, have no external dependencies, just a running executable. And that's kind of the goal. Let's go back to simpler times when you could just copy paste a whole executable over somewhere and it works. And I'm not wasting your CPU cycles, I'm not wasting your memory, I'm not wasting your disk space. That's the goal. I don't add abstractions until I need them. I think that we tend to over abstract and over develop things ahead of time. So I said a small project, very limited in scope, an homage to a 1990s word game. And we're just building it from scratch, seeing what we can learn along the way. Before now, my last OpenGL experience was in college when GL begin and end were still a thing. So I've basically retaught myself OpenGL from this project, which was good. Taught myself a little audio, using port audio. I only have 4 dependencies, like minimal dependencies, as best I can. So let's set all this. Git add everything. Oh, we should run the game and actually play the game. We've been playing around in the sandbox. Let's go play. Make sure we didn't break anything. The art is basically my first pass, crappy developer art. And things aren't lining up right now because we did stretch some things. But it is playable. I guess 500 words with no duplicate letters. People have compared this to Wordle, except I don't get possessional information. And this is not Wordle. This is based on Wordbreaker from 1992. So, a little different. R or H, T or A. Interesting. P or R. Therefore, U has to be in. If PR has a 1, then the other one has to be a U. C or H. Okay. CH. CHP. Oh, wait. So, I know that the word chips has 2 letters matched. And I can see from up here CHP are the only letters available. I know CH has 1, therefore P has to be the other one in chips. Therefore, R is out, which leaves T and A and not C. H is in. And then you guess the word. We surrender, it was truck, which means I was nowhere close. Did I make a logical error? I did. Toads, TA. I wasn't paying attention. But the game runs, so we didn't break anything in those fixes. Have I seen Raylib? Yes, I have seen it. It looks cool. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it. I wanted to go lower level. Basically, I want to build, not my own Raylib, I guess, but I want to build it myself. Reinventing the wheel means you understand the wheel better. So a lot of modern game developers, they use Unity, which I have used, but then they learn Unity. They don't learn how to build software from the ground up. So I've removed everything I can, and I'm as low level as I can. Oh, so yeah, dependencies. These are all my dependencies. That's it. GLFW, which brings in the extension wrangler. I've got my OpenGL through that. Then I have GL Math, which I'm going to get rid of in the next game. Free type 2 for the font rendering. I want to get rid of that next game. That's a harder problem. And I'm perfectly satisfied with port audio the way it is. So I think next game we can get it down to 2 dependencies, GLFW and port audio. Because what again, there's just so much stuff coming in that I don't need. GLM is way overkill for me keeping track of an orthographic camera projection and some basic transforms, like 2D transforms. Way overkill for that. Free type pulls in a lot of stuff, PNG, etc., etc. I've watched some videos. I think free type, doing your own font renderer can be a big pain, but I think I can get rid of free type if I do it right. So, yeah, yep, yeah. I've seen Raylib. I'm going to do a couple games this way, a couple of homage games to things from the 80s or 90s that I played, and then maybe we'll switch over to something. Switch over to something more usable, like maybe Raylib or I don't know. GLM is overkill, but like, is it that big that it matters? It's more about limiting your dependencies. Nowadays, we have a whole economy based around here are the developers, and then here are the DevOps people whose only job it is to try to keep track of all of the dependencies, because the developers just keep adding more dependencies, and every dependency they have expands out to a whole tree of dependencies. So, and I just got sick of it. I'm so tired of the dependency hell that we all end up in. They've developed, Dockers, but that didn't fix the problem of dependencies. It moved it. It's like when I tell my kids to clean their room, right? And they just take all their junk off the floor and shove it under their bed. They didn't fix the problem. They put it in a box. And it still has to be cleaned up. So my philosophy is no dependencies unless you need them. For this game, I want to get up and running quick, relatively quick, right? When I first started streaming, gosh, almost 8 weeks ago, I estimated it would be 3 to 6 months for me to finish the game. My estimates are always bad, so maybe it's closer to 6 months to a year, but honestly, I just wanted to get up and running fast. Free type, I definitely did not want to do font rendering right off the bat, but I think I can remove GLM in a week of work and just not have it. For 1 week, get rid of a dependency. Sounds like a good trade-off to me. It's not even about size. It's about, I call it abstraction shear. I think about problems one way, and as soon as I pull in a library or a dependency, I have to think about the problem the way they thought about it, or I have to understand their software so well that I can create a glue area between the way I think about the world and the way they think about the world. So I call that abstraction shear. So anytime I can remove a dependency, remove the shear between my mental model and someone else's mental model, the better. And GeoMath provides me almost nothing, so I'd rather just get rid of it. That's all. And since it's my project, I'll do it the way I want. Not the way my boss tells me. I've done it over and over again. I said, look, we could do this thing, blah, 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 this way. Get me Unity, a license, and it'll take me this long to do it. They're like, oh no, we need to buy this big, fancy, built-up package. I'm like, oh gosh. No, stop. You're overburdening yourself with someone else's process and mental model. So that's all. Just a philosophy thing. As long as I'm in charge of myself, I try to keep it light, small, simple. Okay, so we tested it. Get status. Add everything. What did I do to color? I didn't change color. Did I copy paste? There was an extra space. I did change color. Okay. Add everything. Git commit. Long word wrapping now supported. fixed issue with uninitialized handler count in text. Now, all of that philosophy comes with its own downside. I'm not going to argue with that. So I just went through the last week. I think I've spent literally a week updating my text. We went from, I was up and running pretty quick with text, doing single line text, but we're going to do the about scene where we need multi-line text, right? I need word wrapping. I need text edits with the ability to scroll forward and backwards with a cursor. And so I've had to write all that, and it turns out that is not conceptually hard, but all of the different pieces interact with each other, right? So just when you add word wrapping, that changes the way that you have to keep track of your cursor positions for when a text edit wants to draw a cursor. Things like that. So that's been a bit of a nightmare, trying to keep all of bookkeeping of the different pieces you need for that clean and ready. So I'm not going to say it doesn't have its downsides, but now I know more about laying out text than I ever knew before. I suspected that it was painful, but now I've actually done it. A few is fine, agreed. Zero dependencies works at a small scale, but won't scale up as your project does. Yes, but I get to use this project, a lot of the code from this, I'm going to springboard into my next project. So I'm going to start off with being able to render. I'm going to be able to start off with being able to listen to sounds. So if I can remove one dependency every project or two, great. If I have to add a dependency, it'll be because I really need it. But yeah, agreed. There are scaling issues. Can't write everything yourself. I definitely do not want to write my own window handler. I'm happy to let GLFW do that for me and give you my OpenGL context. But again, first project, I'm trying to keep it very, very bounded in scope. And I have a long list, so let's see here. So here are things we're working on now, things that are lower priority or have dependencies. These are all going to move up real soon. Towards the end of the project, a lot of things become more business related than tech. This will also be where we optimize for size. Like I'm embedding a lot of binary data inside my executable. We are going to drastically reduce the size of our executable using some of these techniques and just being able to measure it, right? So that I know how much I'm saving. That is probably more of a later thing. And then here are a bunch of things that I've thought of that I want to do, but I just don't want to do it this game, right? I want to get rid of GLMath. I can use, here's some notes on homogeneous coordinates for 2D piece cake. Replace true type font. I have a whole bunch of YouTube videos bookmarked for that, but I'm not animating over a color gradient. I can only animate right now over color to color. I did not implement layers. My scene is one layer. That's not a great way to build your game, but I don't need more than that right now. So I've written it down. Something I need to add. I don't need it now. Right now my VertexBuffer is literally an array of floats. I should use structs, and then I can name, reference objects or fields by name in a meaningful way. Those will probably have to be a templated thing. I don't like templates, but this is a reasonable place to put one. Scene manager, right now it's all by index. I don't have any names of scenes, so I have a lot of things that I need to add. A lot of projects to do, lots of improvements to text. By audio, there's a lot of features that I could add. A lot of things we could do about text. Shaders, there are things I really want to do to update my shader handling. So, yeah. Like I said, I just am tired of dependency hell, so I've kind of gone the other way. Maybe a little overboard, but it's also just a good learning experience. I just want to know how everything works at the lower levels. Okay. Over to ye old journal. The positions were not right. when the letters bounced. So that makes me sad. The banner animation I'm not satisfied with for when we have an error. None of that sounds fun. I just went through almost a whole week of text processing. Not that the about scene is that interesting. About scene. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 3. Okay. Do I just want to work on the about scene? So what I need is a back button, a left and right button, and probably a page count label. And then a bunch of text. We can animate the text moving. We can have 2 text objects for that purpose. Just swap between them. I think we should start the about scene. So far, it's just been empty. It's been empty for a long time. Unless you have a vote, you can always vote for something. Again, if you have questions, I'm just going to stream a consciousness talk unless somebody has a topic they want to discuss. Yes, dependencies for time. If you've got it to spare, cool. I do. I quit my job a while ago. It was the stress was killing me. I'm not cut out for people management, it turns out. And I thought now was a good time, learn some new skills, OpenGL, whatnot, and do a project my way, not the way that's being dictated from on high. So, time is not my enemy right now. So what brings you here? What do you do? Text 0. I assume software development. You seem familiar with GDB. Making fun of Windows, always good. Earns points in this stream. Computer science, probably. I don't know if you're in game development, web development. There's so many areas people get into nowadays. I do a bunch of nothing in C. C was almost perfect. There are only a few things that C did that I don't like. So I use C++, but it's mostly still C style. If C had function and operator overloading and a meta language of some sort that's not text replacement macros, I think those are my 2 main complaints. Otherwise, it does not babysit me. It does not try to hold my hand. It does not tell me how I'm allowed to code. If I want to shoot myself in the foot, I do. So, I like C. It's about the right. If you want speed, also actual. Oh, yeah, definitely. Pound include was an abysmal nightmare, which partially relates to why you can't have. You're right. Yeah, module support, actual imports. Yep, I agree. Like, I tried to learn Rust a little while ago. I was like, okay, everybody's talking about Rust. So I was like, I'm going to go make a Sudoku solver. And right off the bat, like, it was just like beating my head against the wall trying to make something simple. I have an array, a 2-dimensional array of cells, and I want to compare this cell to that cell. But it would not let me have a reference to both cells. Oh, you might do something bad with that. I'm a freaking programmer. How many times do I get to walk through a 2D array? This is freaking nuts. Because the computer can't understand that I'm walking through a 2D array with 2 references, one up a row, one down a column, It's like, nope, sorry, our borrow checker can't figure out what you're trying to do. It's not safe. We won't let you do it. What? Absolutely killed me. I was done with Rust right there. I finished the project because I don't finish things I start. I don't start something I'm not going to finish. There we go. That was the right wording. But if you're going to try and hold my hand and tell me how to do things, I don't want it. Like Java. Java is the worst. Such a hand-holding language. We assume you're an imbecile. So we will make everything. Everything is a reference. Everything is a pointer. Everything is on the heap. You have no control over what memory gets allocated when, or where, or how it's freed, or when it's freed. Slowly working towards making some kind of IDE, also some games, 500 other... Oh, yeah, we all have our text documents full of project ideas. Yeah, Java's bad. Yeah, no operator overloading because somebody once made some bad programming decisions. And guess what? There are still bad programmers in Java. All that handholding did not make them better programmers. So stop handicapping people that know how to walk through a 2D array and let people code. Yeah. So good. That shows that you're intelligent. You've moved from Java to C. I'll do Java if somebody's willing to pay me for it, but I will never do a personal project in Java. Okay. About scene. We need some more stuff. We need a button to go left. We need a button to go right. We need some text. To say page, what page we're on. We need two texts. We need two swap texts. Text swap 1, text swap 2. We want 2 pages worth of text. Left, right, page number, text body, and we need 2 so that we can animate them. Is that it? I think so. That is definitely a comma. Left and right. We need to know page count, which can actually be static constant. We'll make it 4 pages to start. We may not use that many, but just a place to start. And then we need const char star pages array. Let's make that static. We can make that static. Equals page 1. We're very creative with our text choices here. Page 2, page 3, page 4. Yeah, IDEs are getting complicated these days. What are you doing for what libraries are you using? The last thing we need is int m underscore page. Index. Okay, lambdas. Lambdas would be good. C should have lambdas. Libraries, relib, mostly just to quickly get GL and UI stuff. Yep, yep. Like I said, maybe after I've done 2 or 3 games at this lower level, I'll pick and I'll wrapper on top of that layer. Relib seems reasonable. Maybe. I've used Qt a lot. I've used Unity. I really don't want to get tied to like a game engine, but I will very likely get bored of the lower level stuff after a while and want to put something between me and that. You have like a project page or a demo or something? I always like looking at that sort of thing. See what other people are working on. It's always interesting, educational. All right, so my do layout. No pages. I'm going real slow. No engines. They're all too much. Yeah. Granted, if you're gonna build like the next MMO or multiplayer first-person shooter, that's you either need a huge team or you need an engine or both, right? It's modern software's just gotten too big. But then we use giant game engines like Unreal or Unity to make a little, Candy Crush game. It's like, holy crap. What are you doing? Yeah, yeah. I've been using Emacs for so long, it's kind of my default go-to IDE for anything, which is not to say that I think it's good. I think there's got to be something better. I just haven't found one I like better yet. I've tried a bunch. They always try to do too much. Your Vim. Oh no. Oh no, I don't think we can be friends now. I'm just joking. I don't care which one, but I think every serious developer should learn either Vim or Emacs. Either one. I started off in Emacs, so that's what I use. Okay. So what we want is the bottom of the screen. We want our back button here. Whoa. So X gives me where I would lay out a big button halfway across the screen, center. That's no longer what we're going to do. So the button is going to be our frame height minus our big button height and the space. So that Y is fine. So if X equals, so we want to be at frame width minus big button width plus a big space. Now put our big button in the bottom right-hand corner. Now we're going to find our center of screen. We're going to center our label on that. So we're going to label size. Big label width can be 40, 50, 40, 50. Is 50 pixels gonna be enough? Maybe 75. I don't know. We'll take a look. And our height will be 50. It'll be something same as the buttons. For now. Text page. Set rectangle. Started in Notepad++ on Windows doing Java. You know, Notepad++ was very portable, so anytime I had to work on someone else's machine, I always had a USB stick with portable Notepad++ on it. I want to make a pluggable projectional editor so it can be what you want it to be. High hopes. Yes, very high hopes. So, Vim has extensive configuration features, while Emacs just provides an entire scripting language. Which camp are you in? What's yours going to do? So the text page number we want to set to 1/2 screen width minus big label width by 2. So that's our X. Our Y will be basically this. Seems okay. X, Y, big label width, big label height. That should do that. Let's see here, M_text. We'll just start by hard coding it. Label page set text to m_page index +1 over page count. Emacs is Lisp, right? Also awful. Vim now has an entire scripting language. It's awful. Yeah, that's fair. No, Emacs is Lisp, yes, and it is awful. Okay, let me back up. Lisp as a get work done in a real world setting language is terrible. Emacs Lisp is no good. However, I think that everyone serious about programming should learn a Lisp because of the way it teaches you to think about the abstract syntax tree and recursion, and it changes the way you think. Not because anyone's going to use it professionally, not because it's a great language, but it does force you to change the way you think a little bit. NeoVim is Lua. Oh no, one indexing? Oh, that's terrible. Lua tried so hard to replace Python. I just don't see it talked about much anymore. I don't know if that's me or... XY, big button, height, big button, height. We'll make these ones square. This will be X plus big label width plus a big space. X minus big label width plus space. So basically, relative to the text position, the left, this one should be minus. We'll need to move the width of the label over. No, not minus. Label. We need to make room for a button plus a space. So that's left. Right, we'll go X plus the width of the label and a space. Line it up. There we go. So there's parts of it. I did Lisp 1,000 years ago in college. That was enough. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You do it once earlier on in your career. Everyone, okay, a serious programmer should learn C because you have to understand what the machine is doing with your code for C to work well. You have to understand the stack, you have to understand pointers, you have to understand the heap. And then you have to, if you want to learn good programming, you learn Lisp. Not because you're going to use it, not because it's good. It changes the way you think. If you understand how the machine works, and if you understand how a syntax tree works with recursion and all that jazz, and you can think of your code as data, anything else you can learn. You can learn Java. You understand what it's trying to do and why it's stupid, and so on and so forth, right? But I think everyone should learn bare C and a little bit of Lisp and call it good. After that, learn any language you like, but that's my opinion. We should probably just see if this is even laying out where we think while we're talking. Labeled page. What do we call that? Oh, text page. Okay, okay. Well, I guess I did redeclare that. That was terrible of me. Pharma W. Finger to letter transposition. X was not declared, and I'm okay with that. About. And it explodes on me. Of course. I've heard a bunch of people say that, learn the low-level hard stuff, then go on to whatever else. I think there are too many programmers that start with JavaScript and never have any mapping of what code does on their machine. That's what I think. So, understanding what happens at the lowest level is like the first step of understanding every abstraction built on top of it. If you just have, I do this, and then magic happens, and then this comes out on the screen, like that's not a good mental model for writing good software. As we can see all over the web today. I even encourage beginners to not use an IDE. I'm like, look, learn your compiler, learn how it works, learn what it's trying to say. Yeah, web. I did that for a disturbing amount of time. I do not miss those days. Yeah. When you try to explain, I mean, ask any web dev, say, how many abstraction layers are between your JavaScript and the CPU? They have no idea. They don't even know what layers are there. Never mind microservices. Ugh. Nightmare. Nightmare. Yeah, web dev isn't real programming. That's my opinion. You can't change it. So it crashed. It could be due to So what this usually means in my environment, that there is some artifact in an object file, singularity of abstractions. Yeah. Ooh, I have a quote. I've shared it before. I've shared it on my Twitter. Can I find it? I've shared it multiple times. Let me dig this up. Not that one. This one. Boom. There. One of my favorite quotes. The purpose of abstracting is not to be vague, but to create a new semantic level in which one can be absolutely precise. Nowadays, they've mistaken obfuscation for abstraction, and I don't like it. Plus, that paper is just a good paper. Let me grab the link for that as well. I might as well. Let's see here. Copy link. Good paper. Worth a read. Of course, it works fine. Okay. So it turns out that precompiled headers were not my problem. Good to know. And now it's rendering, but the text color is garbage. We will fix that. I don't think we're centered. Fix that. Oh. Okay. Underscore text page dot set color. One 192 for now. One more thing we want to do. Set alignment. We went to vertical alignment first. Wow, okay, there we go. Centered. Center it all. Black text on black background makes the game real challenging. Yeah. It's like those puzzles where it's just white. And people do them. I don't know how they do it. That's insane. All right, let's up our font size a bit. But otherwise, it's there. That's not the button I wanted to hit. Constant. Big font. Scale with respect to our height. What do you think? 24 pixel height? Button back dot set font size. Left. Right. Text page. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna have to actually spend some time on my art. There's set text size. All right. I went through and made it all consistent once, but obviously I've forgotten which way I went. Hey, it's readable. Okay, left and right buttons print, so let's make them do something. Void page left. Void page right. Underscore page index. Underscore page index is less than 0. Page index equals 0. Then we're going to steal this line here. That's plus greater than or equal to page count. Page count minus 1. This page left. One of my tasks in my to-do is to compare std bind versus lambdas. So I'm not consistent in my program right now. Sometimes I'll just bind a variable or a function. Other times I'll use lambdas. One of these days, towards the end of the project, like during cleanup phase, I will set a compile flag and say, do everything std bind or do everything lambda, and I'll just see which one's faster. I've heard that lambdas are faster, but I don't know if it's something that'll make a difference, really. So if you have strong opinions about it, I'll listen, but I don't feel too strongly about it right now. Definitely delaying that discussion with myself. Fat fingered. Don't know what std bind even is. That's fair. Okay. Like I said, lambdas. If you had lambdas in C, it would be about right. So a bind is, so let's say you have a function pointer. Oh gosh. Okay, so in int add, int x, int y, turn x times y, because we never ever label our example code correctly, right? We're going to add this, we're going to return the product, it'll be wonderful. What you can do is std bind, and you say function add. We're going to give it the number 3, and then we're going to say placeholder 1 or something. It doesn't matter, right? And what it does is it comes through here and it says, we're going to make a new function that looks like this. So let's see here, add 3 equals, whatever type it is. We can get into the details, etc. And what this means is you basically replaced, if you have a handle to something that always passes 3 to x, and then you can just call it with y. So int, so we can say int prod equals add 3 to 5, right? So we've bound the value 3 to the first parameter, and we've left parameter 2 open. This will just always return 8, right? Or 15. Right? So where this comes in handy is if I have a lambda, I have to capture this to use any of my own functions inside this lambda. I have to say, this is a thing that I'm passing around with this lambda object. Or I could have done it this way. So std bind without scene page left. So I'm saying here's a function, bind it to this object, not something else. And this doesn't have any placeholders. So I could literally set my callback this way the same as I do this lambda. A lambda that has no inputs and no outputs. So bind lets you bind parameters of a method or a function and return it as a new function pointer, basically. Or reorder them. So I've seen people do this where, and maybe I don't remember the syntax, but you can basically swap. So if you can change the order of parameters, you can provide default parameters that you never want to ever set manually and just ignore them. All sorts of weird things that you can do. So maybe this was actually like placeholder 2, placeholder 1. I don't remember the syntax. I'd have to go look it up, but you can do some very strange things with std bind, functional aliasing with default values. Yeah, yep, pretty much. So that's std bind. It's another way to deal with it. Lambdas are another way to deal with it. I don't know which is faster, so I'm not consistent in this code base. So yeah, sometimes bind is actually really handy. Like I want to say, here's one handler for all these buttons, but then bind each button to a call that already that physically binds a number into that function, so that every button click is handled by the same function but with a different index. So I can set up an array of buttons and say, handle button 1, handle button 2, handle button 3, and then it just doesn't run. I could do it a bunch of different ways with std bind. So yeah, lots of different things. Because a button click itself does not provide an integer, but I can pre-bind that callback to have an integer. Okay. So where are we at? Left and right should work. Is that my theory? Should change my page number. So left should do nothing until 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can't go any further. Okay, page management is working. Phew. All right, now we just have to get text on the screen, and we've got plenty of time to do that. Let's cheat. Set page int index. And by cheat, I mean, let's just refactor the way we do things a little bit. About scene. Set page m underscore page index -1 +1. We'll clamp here. Set this text here. So then up here, instead of this call, we can say set page 0. There we go. Yeah, STD bind is kind of one of those necessary things once you get to object-oriented programming. I try to avoid a lot of project-oriented excesses, but STD bind makes function pointers to methods actually something you can use. Is that still working? Now we have swap 1 or swap 2. Question the first. I guess we need to have an index for that as well. Swap index. We only need one bit of information. Is swap 1. On render, m underscore is swap 1. M underscore, what do I call it? Text swap 1. Dot do the things else. Do these things. No, let's do this slightly differently. Show swap 1, show swap 2. Later on when we animate, we'll want to be able to show both of them and then stop rendering one once it's off the screen. So just keep each one as a separate flag. Show swap 1. Show swap 2. Okay. This can be set the same. We can get fancier and fancier if we want to. We don't need to right now. Let's get a small font. $16. Underscore text swap 1, not set text size, small font 2. All right, last piece. We need to add text swap 1, not set rectangle somewhere on the screen. Oh, we don't want to set it though. What was I thinking? Top center. Okay. We want to put this button width. Let's actually indent this a bit. Int width will be frame width minus x times 2. I equals big button height. That's another big space. And height equals frame height minus y times 2. XY width height. We'll go ahead and set both of them. Set page. Text swap 1. Set text. Pages at underscore page index. Ooh. Oh. Page 1, page 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Do I want a title? Could go with a title. Let me do a title. Let's see. Means we need titles. All right, I need some good quotes here. As you wish. A lot of money in revenge. Let's see here. Australia is entirely peopled by criminals. What else? If you haven't got your health, you haven't got a... There, some good memorable quotes. Text title 1. Two. M underscore text title 1 dot set text about scene titles underscore page index. Now we need to change the layout a little bit. M underscore text title 1 2. Okay, this is not quite correct. These titles get X, Y, that's fine, and width, but the height will be big label height. Plus big label height plus space, big space, Basically removing the height of the title. Swap 1. Swap 2. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Ooh, we can even. Red, green. Let's go with something nice and okay. Mostly blue, some green, and a little red. And it dies. That is a very strange error. When we're drawing a button, we have the button corners. It's telling me that the UV coordinates I've stored are not valid. Which is actually correct. This should be like top left normal, top right normal. So why is corners hitting those UVs? That should not be possible. Did I do something wrong? Especially since this was all just working a second ago. Buttons were not giving me errors. Time for cleaning, I guess. So not generating precompiled headers does not save me from, if I change a class's memory footprint in the header file, I have to do it clean. So when I added the title, two text title objects to the about scene, it required me to completely rebuild the object file. Which makes me sad. Okay. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. Hey, we have pages. Now, this works well. I need in context. Use animations. We'll do something much more crazy and involved there. We don't have animations. This will be much simpler. Let me comment this out because I don't want to start that just yet. I need to go use a restroom break. Time to go to sleep. Thanks for the stream today. Thank you for joining me, Dreves. Did it many consonants in your name. And in Wheel of Fortune, giving away all those E's for free. Gotta mix it up, man. I'm just joking. Yep. Have a good night, good rest. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the chats. Talk to you later. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go on a restroom break. Maybe I'll grab a snack while I'm at it. And then we'll get back to adding animations to make this look better. So just hold on to your hats. Be right back. Okay, we are back. We have a little over an hour left of my time. Okay. Do we want to animate? So we can animate the scene load, we can animate page transitions, then the scene unload. What do I think? I think, yeah, let's do it. So, when we do layout, we put everything on the screen where we want it to be in a screen resolution sensitive way. So let me let's see. Set page 0. Set page. The first time we set page, I do not want to run the standard animation for page swapping. So I either need to suppress that animation, or I need a flag for, is this the first set page? Just get a flag. Bool m underscore first set page. Constructor does that, set page. If it's the first time we set the page, it's not the first time we set the page. Let's just swap this. Swap the logic. If we're using animations, and if this is not the first time we set the page, we animate, otherwise equals false. Flip the flag. Okay. So the first time we call set page here, it will not animate. Do layout. Down here at the bottom, if game context use animations, we will set up an animation before we render the first time. So we will take underscore text swap 1 move by frame height by 0 and up the height of the frame, and the title move by text title 1. Okay, then scheduler yeah, just normal new animation sequence. new action sequence. So the scheduler keeps track of all the animation sequences we have running, and when we want to create a new sequence of things that happen, we ask the scheduler, hey, give us a new action sequence. And we have to tell it how many steps there are, how many things have to happen. So the first thing that has to happen is we need to, and is it the first thing? Home. We just do it all at once. Maybe we just need one action in our action sequence, which I think I have a shortcut for new action. Just as a shorthand. Okay, now we can do everything we want here. So we want to move the title and the swap up above the screen. We want that to fall down on left button, right button, fly in. Page rises up. So let's move some of these things off the screen. Action set and I have to remember the calls for this one. Action. Make animation. I don't remember. Oops. Actually, let's see. If we make an animation, we set it as play. Or, oh, set play animation. Okay. Animation. Basically, it's set range. That's all we need, and duration. Set duration. Oops. Set duration. Set delta range. I don't think we need to do that. Just set duration. Let's make it like 2 seconds to start with. Set range from 0 to 1. And here's how we will apply the animation. We'll need to accept a double. One other thing we want to do is set easing method to easing method on in out. Yes, it's quad in out. Okay, so it's going to interpolate from 0 to 1 over 2 seconds, and it's going to shape the curve as a Claudian out, so it'll accelerate and then decelerate. And that's this parameterized time step value. This we need to apply to all the things. So image for text, title 1, dot move to interpolate. We're going to call a lot of interpolate. Animation. Interpolate from text title 1 dot rect dot x. Well, I guess p first. Text title 1 dot rectangle x. Actually, this does not need to be interpolated at all. We're not moving the title horizontal. Y minus frame height, which I think we might need to capture. Frame width, frame height. So we're gonna move our title from wherever it is x coordinate, which we set already up here. Keep the x the same over the whole move, and we're just gonna move the y from where we are, moved up one height of the screen render space, down to where we started it. That's basically the pattern we're gonna do for text swap 1, similar thing. So there's those two. We can have, let's just see how that looks. We added first page, so we changed the memory layout of this. So we have to clean. All right, Dex Zero, thanks for dropping in. Thanks for the chats. Have a wonderful night, and yeah, drop in again. It was a pleasure. Yeah, it's not quite night here yet, but soon enough. Well, that is not promising. Oops. Oh. Hmm. Nope. This is already. Actually, that might be okay. Oh, didn't mean. Shoot. $2. It's probably a little bit. On the slow side, but that's okay. Text page move apply. and all the buttons. Wait. Right. Back. Back is also on the right side, so move it that way. Okay, everything should slide onto the screen. One, two. Okay, not bad. Good enough. Now we just make it faster. Make it a second. We could also play a sound if we wanted to. Let's get sound in here. Only I could spell. Oh, this needs to be clean though. We added sound to our memory footprint. And if we put a space in between the rules, it would make a lot more sense. There we go. All right. There we go. All right, so page enter is up and running. Now, we need to animate page changes. Oops, do another clean build. That snack did not last nearly long enough. Okay. This piece, animate. It'll be a little bit more complicated than this. We want an actual action sequence. New action sequence. We will keep some of this in mind. Let me think about this. I click the button. I like where we're calling it swap. I want to call it body. 2 bodies, 2 titles. Oh. I want to show 2. Int underscore active swap. Oh, we did want to change. Okay. In the animation sequence, we need to move a bunch of stuff off screen. No. We need text title 1 and 2.
Let's go.
And okay, so we need current title equals m underscore active swap equals 0 question mark. If it is, m underscore text title 1, otherwise m underscore text title 2. Okay. Then we need the swap title and the swap body. First thing we need to do is we need to set the swap title, swap body text, move it off screen, oh, interesting. Let's call it bool moving left equals true. If page index is less than index, then moving left is false. We could call it moving right equals that. Okay. So I need one action to initialize our new text. We need another action to move them. And then we need a third action to put the old title and body back in their original place and turn it off. I think that's it. Sequence set, immediate action on the first index, int action index equals 0, action index plus plus. It's going to do certain things. As will the third one. Those are both like set things up, animate, clean up. This is our setup and our cleanup actions. Set play animation at action index that's basically our animation. Get some constants in here we can play with. Okay. Immediately. Oh, let's see. Okay. Bool pointer current show. M underscore show 1, show 2. All of these are address of. Let's want the pointers. Okay. Swap show. Show 2, show 1. Lastly, there, all lined up. Beautiful. Okay. Immediately, we take our current title, our current body, our current show, swap title, swap body, or swap show, and we change them. So this one we're going to set swap title point to set text about scene titles given our new page index. Swap body set text about scene pages at the same offset. And then swap show equals true. So it'll render. That all seems like a good start. Current show equals false. Immediate animation, immediate. Let me just do a move by. One screen width, whether it's to the left or the right, should be fine. If I do a quadient out again, title move by. It's all about the X, so it's frame width. Let's compute a float delta X. Just frame width if we're moving left, x equals minus delta x. Okay. Move by x0 minus delta x. Swap body. So we're taking the title and the body, we're moving it off the screen so that we can animate it coming onto the screen. Start with 2. You know, let's just grab most of this actually. This is all going to be very similar for now. We don't need the frame height. We don't even need this. We need swap title, swap body, current title, current body. Swap title moved by frame width times p 0. It's basically the same thing for all four. So I do need current title, current body, current title, point to move to swap title, swap body. So I'm going to say don't show the current thing, move our current thing over the top of the new thing. Is there anything else we have to do with that? Is that it? Or move by delta x and 0. That's probably easier. Except we move it back onto the screen. Say don't render it anymore. The last piece is m_active swap. I guess we can just take this. MOS record swap dot. We just toggle it. Oh, let's see how that looks. How brave are we feeling? Let's do a full clean. This works as intended. And actually punch in a bit of text that we might want to keep. Not just placeholder text, which is good for the last 20 minutes of work for the day, right? I cannot cannot work too late tonight. I've got things to do, places to be. Oh, we've got errors. No. Why would we have errors? We don't make errors. Oh, we need a comma there. Yes, yes, yes. Address. Oh. Right, let's capture this, I guess. We need page index. Let's capture this first, at least consistent. Sequence. Oh, not too bad. Unused variable. I can live with unused variables. Okay. No warnings, no errors. Now we go try it. About. Whoosh. Now we give up to 2 seconds for this. Oh, that's awkward. Well, there's 3. 2, 1. Okay, well, there are definitely some issues. So close, though. All right, what have we done? We say I want the title and the body we're currently looking at, and the truthfulness of which one what we're showing. We want the other title and body from this one, and the other boolean. Create a 3-step action sequence. We say delta x equals frame w. So if we are moving right, we want to move, let's see here. moving right means the page I'm on is less than the page I want to move to, so I'm moving that way, which means I actually want to slide the other way. So paging right means moving left. So let's change the name of that. Paging right, we want everything to move left, which is negative. Okay. One thing. Immediately set swap. Thing we're not looking at right now. Set its title and its page contents. We say we're going to show this, even though it's off the screen, because we are moving it the opposite way of what we're going to slide it. We're going to slide it in place. We start an animation, which is 2 seconds. And we say, oh, now we can delta x. We don't need to pass in delta x. We don't need to parameterize it. We can just take the. We're going to move the title and the body. So our swap, let's say that we're moving right. Swap will be pushed off the screen to the right. They'll both slide left until the current is off, and vice versa. Our current is here, and we're moving left. We're paging left, moving right. This page moved over here, set to visible, and they'll both slide this way until this one is off the screen. I think that's correct. Then take the current thing, we stop showing it, then we slap it back onto the middle of the screen. Then we say what we're actively looking at is the other thing. I think that's right. So what am I doing wrong if this is wrong? If the logic is correct. Oh, that's set delta range. Whoosh, everything comes in. Oh, that's awkward. That should not have worked. Or it shouldn't have done anything. Set page. -1. Which means now set page if indexes or underscore page index not equal to our new incoming index. Then we do all this. Because we don't do anything. Okay. Whoosh. Going this way does nothing. We're at the limit. Page 1 slid on. And popped back to the center. Very strange. Swap show equals true. current show equals false. Well, we can log. Let's do some logging. What is our note? Let's see here. Show 1, show 2, and swap index. No, that's not quite right. Oh, we can do this anyway, yeah. M underscore show 1 question mark. Yes, otherwise no. M underscore show 2 question mark. Yes. Otherwise. And lastly, M underscore active swap, which we don't even have to pass in. Do that as well. After this. After animation. More animation. All right, let's take a look at this. Oh. Okay, nothing happens left. Show 1 yes, show 2 no, swap index 0. After the animation is over, show 1 is no, show 2 is yes, and swap index is 1. If show 1, oh, okay. Title 2, that should make a difference. Why the text body isn't working, we'll look at that in a minute. That should fix part of our problem. In theory, where did page 2? Where's page 2? Okay. Let's go to let's look at the X positions. Text 1, X. Text 2, X. see where everything ended up. Well, those are not correct numbers. That's a problem. Okay. Title, set the body. Move by some amount. Set delta range, that should be fine. Page 1 slides off. Where did page 2 go? Where's page 2? Text 2. Text 1 is ridiculous. Text. Oh. Okay. I know what that means. These are floats. I don't know why we have those integers. The fact that that doesn't cause any kind of error always makes me sad. Page 2 never flowed on. Text 2 did not move the amount I thought it should. Text 2 is way off. They start at the same position they should end at the same position. So where did text 2 go to? Wait a second. how did this not affect this? I got the same number here as if I had not done this. That should not be possible. We are doing a move by. We should slide it some amount. So what's going on here? Okay. Before animation, both the 365, we flop them both to yes. Swap index is not changed yet. Text 1 and text 2 are still equal, but this one, when this went from no to yes, this should have moved positive 1440 or so. Hmm. The reason X or Y. Hmm. Okay. Um, this is truly bizarre. Swap title. Two or one. Almost like it's not executing this line of code, this code here, which is very odd. So move by did exactly nothing. It did nothing. Here's the delta. Here's what it is before we start the thing. Here's what it is after we tell it to move it by negative this amount. So this should be like 17 something. 17 or 1800. So why is that line not taking effect? Move. EX is not 0, or DY is not 0. I don't care which one, just somebody needs to do something with that. My compiler's doing weird things again. Those two lines are not executing. I don't know why. This should be the easy part. Why am I fighting this so hard? This is not rocket science. Lines of code I've placed in the code are not executing, while every line around them are. And delta x is not 0. Same problem. When I know perfectly well, here, the move by is all by the correct amounts. Let me see. Serious? Line 205. point in about scene.cpp 205. Run it. Click. Step into. Oh, no. It knows the line is there. Print delta x. Some amount, sure. Swap title rectangle.x. Oh, very, very nice. Thanks, GTB. At least you can error gracefully. Tell me I'm not allowed to dereference pointers, maybe? Apparently not.
Children, calm down.
Click. Print.
Get out.
Swap title point to m underscore transformed rectangle dot x. 365. Next. $205. It's here. Said next, I would expect 206. What is this? This is not the next thing. Oh, I see.
Okay.
Okay. Move by find CP 87. Run it. Nothing does a move by. Oh. First, you want a breakpoint here. Then we'll set the other breakpoint while they're at that. Continue. Okay, print dx. Print dy. Okay, okay. So dy is not 0. Next, agreed. Print and transform branch.x. Next. What? Oh. Why? Oh. Okay, okay. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I'm a doofus, and it's all my fault. Sheesh. End of day problems, streaming problems. We're moving this on the x-axis. That worked not all like I wanted. Then we animate on the x-axis, and then we put things back on the x-axis. Tell me we're moving on the y-axis. Okay, all will magically work if you move things on the right axis. Perfect. 3, 4. Nothing, nothing. 3. Good. 2. 1. There. Done. Awesome possum. So, up here in the titles, we need. What is this? Who made it? Why? More pillars? This game is an homage to where did it go? I can't find it right now. Ah, here we are. Um, okay, well, so there we go. To word breaker. Game made by somebody, I think it was in 1992. We'll fix it later. In 1992. Who made it? Discourager of hesitancy and no one. Why? Lecture on abstraction, learning, expect, computing, resources of users, etc. Where did we leave that part? All right, we'll just run this real quick. This works, we're probably done for now. About 1992. Okay, we're going to speed up those animations. Lecture, mini lecture, more filler crap, back, quit. Awesome. Done. All right, sandbox. Or not sandbox, what do I do? Journal. I'm going to put these back in the old to-do list. Add it in and about scene with animations. We should test, however. the no animations version. About. Back. Settings. No animations. About. Okay. So that works. Um, yeah, that feels a little snappier. Okay, good. Done. Okay. Whew. Well, thanks for joining. Thanks for the chats. Thanks for joining me on this journey. I'm going to call it there for tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to start crunching some code metrics. We're going to do a better job with code metrics this Thursday, and then Friday is Compiler's Day. So hopefully you'll join me then. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.